Test 1, test 2. Check, check. Test 1, test 2.
Chairperson Hendricks, you have a quorum.
Great.
If I may, please read a brief statement. The CalSTRS board meetings. Individuals who wish to address the board should wait for the 10-minute public comment period at the end of the agenda item the speaker wishes to address. For comments not pertaining to a specific agenda item, there will be an opportunity for additional statements at the end of the open session. Each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to comment. However, if there is not enough time for each speaker to have 3 minutes, the timing will be at the discretion of the chair. To protect the privacy of speakers under the age of 18 who wish to address the board, only their first name and affiliated organization may be provided, but other personal identifying information such as their last name, age, or school may not be shared. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Appreciate that. Great. And with that, we'll look at item 1, which is approval of the committee agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Great. Our agenda is approved. Item 2 is our minutes from our last meeting, which was in August, which is half a year ago. So, Karen, do you have any edits?
There were some on diligence, so we're good.
Good. Okay, you got them ahead of time. I love that. Okay. Efficiency of the board.
With that, I move the minutes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Great. Our minutes are approved. Okay, item 3, we have Tom Buffalo, I think, and David and Rick from the actuaries. Are they also coming up? They're listed on there, but I think you've got this, Tom. And so if you recall, we've had some conversations. One of the things we think about for our members is just, financial security in retirement and ensuring that, our members have a secure retirement, and healthcare is a huge cost in that. And I know Tom will talk a little bit more about that. And so we've had conversations over the last year. We have a triennial health benefits study that we do. And so I appreciate, Tom, you coming back and kind of filling in some of the gaps of things that we had brought up last year, and especially for the community college faculty in the room and part-timers in the room, to kind of give us some more information, more data on how our members are faring as they retire, and making sure they have the finances to do that with dignity. So I'll hand it over to you, Tom.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. It actually will just be me. Rick and David will join for the next item. Tom Buffalo, head of research at CalSTRS. So quick background, additional background into what Sharon mentioned. The triennial health benefits study, something we do periodically. We actually presented it last January, this time last year, and after the presentation of that data, there was a request for additional information, so we're actually looking at some supplemental information today. The overall study actually draws data from 3 sources. We get it from the Department of Education. They go and they collect benefits data from employers, from districts. We call that data and extract what we need for the sake of our study. We also get data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They do a consumer expenditure survey, so they go out and they ask essentially all Americans, how do you spend your money on food and gas and health insurance and housing, et cetera. So we extract information from that data as well. And then we also use our own survey research, so what our members tell us about their experiences with these types of issues. So those 3 sources of information feed into the health benefits study. And so that's what was presented last year. This supplement is information that primarily comes from our survey research. So this is our members reflecting to us how they view health benefits information. And again, it's relative to these specific groups here. So we were asked to bring back information on older female members, 85 and older. There could potentially be some vulnerabilities there. So we mined our data for what they tell us about their health situation. Also members that rely solely on Medicare, so we have a little bit of information about them, and then our community college faculty. So these are the three groups we were asked to bring additional information back, and so here we go. So female members over 85, retired of course, we asked them, where are you getting your health insurance from, their sources of healthcare coverage. As we move left to right, we can see about 30% receive support from their former employer. 20%, 1 in 5 roughly, other employer-paid coverage, so maybe some other work that they had done. 30% roughly pay the full cost of their private health insurance. 22% say they rely solely on Medicare. And fortunately, relative to what they tell us, 0% say they do not currently have any type of health insurance. So probably a good sign there. We also asked them, how difficult is it to afford your health insurance premiums, your private health insurance premiums? 1 out of every 2 say it's not difficult at all. So that's, could probably look at that and say that's good news for those 85 and older. Moving left to right, like I said, slightly difficult, about 30%. And then roughly 20% anywhere from moderately difficult to somewhat to difficult. And then ultimately 0 say it's very difficult. So again, probably some positive news there from what they're telling us. We have about 1 in 5, between 1 in 5 and 1 in 4 members who rely solely on Medicare for their health insurance. And this is sort of a general landscape of what Medicare is. You have a Part A premium, or you have a Part A coverage, which is referred to as your hospital or your skilled nursing coverage. Typically, very commonly, that is going to be premium free to the members. They will have qualified for it based on the Medicare tax that they paid, roughly about 10 years or more during their working years, and so they receive this benefit premium free. There's also the Medicare Part B, which they have to actively enroll in, and that is $165 a month with a $226 annual deductible. So that's an outgoing expense for them on a monthly basis. And for those members who rely solely on their Medicare, this is sort of the base amount that they would have to pay to at least have Part A and then their Part B premium. Moving on to the third population, the community college. We don't have as robust data here. Like I said, we received the bulk of the data from the Department of Education for the sake of the health benefits study. And there's a lot of robust data there. What we have to do for our community college faculty is we reach out to them with the survey, try to contact their payroll departments, their HR departments, their benefits staff. Response isn't great, but there is some signal there that we can hopefully rely on, and that's what we're seeing here is, what level of coverage do you have either for a full-time employee or for a part-time or a multiple assignment employee. And not surprisingly, full-time, they get sort of access and qualifications for, full coverage, if you will. So 92% of them say that they are receiving some sort of level of employer support for their health insurance. Whereas if we move to the second group there, the part-time or the multiple assignment, a little more of a mixed bag, almost half pay for the full cost. Again, these are part-time staffs or part-time faculties, so they may not reach some of those milestones per se that their employer may require of them to receive coverage or full support. So probably not surprisingly, we are seeing more of a mixed bag within our part-time staff. And then we also asked them, how difficult it is for them to afford. Again, the full-timers, probably not surprisingly, moving from left to right, we go not at all difficult to very difficult. Most on the full-time side will say it's anywhere from not at all difficult to maybe even moderately difficult. The multiple part-time assignments, a little bit in the middle in terms of where they are at with their sentiment around the cost of their insurance. And then the part-timers, almost a uniform distribution, anywhere from not at all difficult to very difficult. So again, probably not surprising given what we know the nature of their employment as part-time faculty. And that concludes the supplemental information. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Tom. I have a few, but I'm going to hand it over to you, Karen, first.
Okay, hi. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for the report. A lot of information, a lot of information that we never had before with the regular study. But I wanted to know so CalSTRS has this information. Is there any recommendation or anything that we can do, CalSTRS can do as a resource for these populations?
Yeah, so we feed our data to all of the, business areas within CalSTRS that can utilize it, best and do what they do best with it. Within our communications, we can always ask Karen, our communications director, how they use it. But, we see bits of information posted within our various publications. Make sure that you at least check in with your employer before you're retiring, asking them, what is your coverage going to look like? What can you expect? There's, little nudges here and there. There's only so much, I guess, we could do other than just telling them to be aware of this. And, a lot of health insurance and information, in the media, if you will, is all saying everything's really expensive and be ready, be ready, be ready. So I think some of that message is already out there. So we do our best to take this data, share it with the business areas that can do their best with it, and ultimately just try to help nudge the members to find out all they can as part of their plan.
So then retirement readiness has a big part of this, as well as the other business offices.
Yeah, like I said, we share our data with them, and they can use it within their benefits planning sessions, and then within our publications as well. There's messaging in there.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Karen, I think that's a great question. One of the things I was going to suggest, and I think I see people in the room actually that think about these issues, is going back to kind of our theme of trying to catch faculty and teachers earlier on and part of their financial planning, if you will. Again, that's not really the scope of, we don't deal with healthcare, we just deal with retirement. But as we're doing more workshops on retirement readiness and things like that, I do think, and I've seen it, so I know we talk about this, but in terms of budgeting and thinking about, preparing for retirement, which is something we do, it's looking at healthcare as an expense. And I think the earlier we can catch people to be able to kind of budget that in, or to think creatively with things like, Covered California and other options for more inexpensive, hopefully, ways. And maybe things will change, hopefully, in the next few years to make it more affordable. But I think you're raising a good point in terms of just our members being prepared financially for this expense in retirement. So I know people are listening to this and they're working on that, but I just think as much as we can kind of use that, talk about healthcare as an expense in preparation for retirement, regardless of how old you are, it's helpful.
It's just education, information that we want to make sure that all of our members know before retirement.
As soon as possible. Yes. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you.
Ken.
So Tom, I was wondering if we have, I know that all of these information's data are all from the community college, right? And so I was wondering if we have informations on the K-12 teachers as well. And one of the reasons why I'm asking that is that not every school district provides lifetime medical benefit for their staff. And I think very few nowadays offer that, but there are some that offer I'll give you an example, like Alhambra, they offer a bridge program. So it covers up to, if you retire at 61, it covers you up to 65. And then after 65, that's a whole nother story altogether, right? So is there data that we can collect on those, those kind of information where how many districts throughout, the state offers, lifetime benefits and so on?
Yeah, actually, we do have good data on that. That's what I was referring to for the original study that comes from the Department of Education. That actually is K through 12, and so we have a nice, robust data set there. And that's a lot of what we found is what you just described is more and more, they kind of provide that gap between whenever they retire up to age 65, and then the level of support will drop because Medicare is first payer, as they say it, and then you pretty much obligated to enroll into Medicare. And so the coverage will slide back. But yeah, that's actually the bulk of the data we have relative to the study is K through 12, and that's very good. It's collected from the Department of Education, so we have good visibility into what's there.
Great.
Actually, in our write-up, there is a hyperlink to last year's report. So I think it was January of 2022.
Yeah.
And so on that first page of the item, I think it's the first page of item number 3, there's a hyperlink to last year's study. So we do the study every 3 years, and the study has historically been K through 12, which is the bulk of our membership. It's about 93%, if I'm saying that right,
Yeah,
93% of our members, and then about 7% are community college. And I think I raised it last year, Ken, because we didn't have as much data on community colleges, and especially on the part-time issue, it's really hard to get that data and find folks. I was curious about that. what's our N with the survey results with the community college study? Do you, off the top of your, I mean, is it like 5% of the membership or?
Well, the
what?
membership, we get good information from through our annual member survey. We'll ask, what type of employment arrangement do you have? But in getting benefits data, that's where we don't have great N, because we're going out to the payroll departments and the HR departments. We put in our usual kind of concerted effort and reminders, and they're all very helpful as much as they can be, but I don't know if there's ever a slow time for an HR or payroll department. Sometimes their staff, I'm sure, is very small, and so they do their best. So our N is typically smaller there relative to the number of employers, community college employers. And so the benefits data that we show in the study, and then some here as well, actually comes from their input about their coverage levels. And so,
Right.
like I said, there's a little bit of signal there, but extrapolating is a little more, is not quite as easy, if you will, relative to the K through 12 data that we have a lot of access to.
So if I'm reading this write-up correctly, I just want to make sure so it's basically saying that when teachers are active, about 80%, approximately 80% of teachers have some kind of coverage before age 65.
Yeah.
But post-retirement, it's about a third of teachers that have a district that covers retiree health care. So about a third of the state.
Yeah, and like I said, there's typically more coverage between whenever they retire, let's say 62, roughly our average retirement age, up to 65. And then employers will know that Medicare will take over, and so that'll drop some.
Okay. And I know we want to stay focused on retirement, but something I've been thinking about a lot is long-term care and other expenses for like the women that you're talking about that are over 85. My mom is 90, and she transitioned into assisted living, which is a lot more expensive, and it's not covered by Medicare. So I'm kind of curious down the road, because you like to research things, Tom. I love to give you more things to think about. But I am curious. I know I've heard rumblings about potentially a state tax and thinking about, have you heard about this with assisted? I know it's not but I've been hearing rumblings. I know Washington State, I think, implemented a tax where they're providing long-term care coverage because they're finding so many people are needing memory care, some kind of assisted living that goes beyond what Medicare covers. And I know just in my own family, anecdotally, I mean, my father for memory care was like $10,000 a month. Yeah. For my mom, it's like $5,000 a month. She has long-term care insurance, which is great, but if you don't have it, So that's just another thing that rolls in my mind when I see our members and how old they are and thinking, well, if they're anything like, my family and probably some families in the room, that's going to be another expense for our members to have to consider. So food for thought. Any other questions from committee members? Thank you for that extra information, and appreciate the work that you're doing. Thanks, Tom.
You're welcome.
Okay. She's getting what? Oh, okay, great. Okay. We are headed to item 4. And so Tom's going to stay with us here. And then we've got David Lamoureux. The band is expanding here. So we've got David and Rick. And we're going to talk about the lump sum death benefit. And I appreciate the time that you're taking on this, because I know for so many members in our audience, especially our retired members, this is a place of conversation that we've had for many, many years. And I think I was one of the board members who just brought up maybe the need for a little bit more guidance, so that when we come to this conversation every year, that we have some guidance that's consistent every year that will guide our decisions, and that we can kind of look to metrics, look to our funding plan, look to a few sort of signposts, if you will, to help us make that decision, instead of just trying to, you're making the recommendation to us as a board. And I have to say, reading through the write-up, it's clear that there has been some, I don't want to say, ambiguity, if you will, or a lack of clarity over the years. So that made me feel a little bit better, like, okay, so it's not just my imagination, that maybe we haven't had a completely clear understanding of what this one-time death benefit is, what it's for, and then getting some guidance moving forward, so that we can just be thoughtful, and then obviously having our stakeholders' voices be part of the conversation. So with that, I'll hand it over to the three of you.
Yeah, I think you've introduced it very well. So over the years, the board has had the authority to raise the death benefit. But over the years, the conversations have been every year have been different, and the recommendations have not been as consistent as the board would like. So last year, the board asked for more information to try to understand the death benefit better. And then we're looking for the direction from the board, whether we should go back and then bring up options to try to help the decision to be more consistent and based on more probably scientific and financial principles.
And Rick, if I can interrupt,
Yeah.
this is an information item now.
It's
And I guess
information.
I just wanted to say, so it's information today, and there's no rush. I mean, we're going to have a conversation in May about this.
Yes.
But really, it's to probably guide next year's decision, just so so there's plenty of time for us to engage with stakeholders. And so I just want to make sure that was clear. So we're just
there's-
looking to give you guys some direction.
Yes, and so there's a lot of information here based on a lot of research that's been done since the board's direction. And then for details and everything, I'm going to turn it over to David and Tom to discuss the agenda item.
Thank you, Rick. Before we start, I'd like to thank Tom and his team, especially Ruth. You know, one of the things we were asked is to provide some more history and information about the purpose of the benefit, where it came from, and Ruth did an excellent job going back to the 1960s about the history of the benefit. So, and one thing that came clear out of all of the research we did is the actual intent of the lump sum death benefit was never specifically defined. It just talks about helping pay for the expenses that occur when someone dies. Does that mean it's meant to cover all of the funeral expenses, other things? It's not clear, but we know it's supposed to help pay for costs that arise when someone dies. So with this, we also got some great information in the item. It's on, if you look, there's a chart on page 7 that if you were curious to see how does our current benefit compares with the expenses someone may incur for funeral services. And again, it's like everything in life. Funeral expenses can vary greatly depending on what the family wants. And I think as you can see on that chart there, in most instances, someone could make the argument that what we currently provide is sufficient to cover funeral expenses and maybe even leave some extra money afterward for other expenses. But again, there are situations where it might not be enough. But we just want you to see this so that we can put it in context. When we came last May also, so we were asked to come back to the board with information on the history of the benefit, its purpose, how it compares to funeral expenses. We were also asked to provide information on how our benefits compare to what other retirement systems provide. So for this, we were able to obtain from NASRA an extensive list of what other retirement systems provide, and that's attachment 1 to your item. So if you're interested to see what other systems provide, there's a link for most of them where you can go and see what do they provide. But the main thing we want to talk about today is what Sharon was talking about, is our policy. So we currently have a board policy with respect to the death benefit, which is fairly simple. All it says is that on an annual basis, we will go to you and to ask you to set the lump sum death benefit, and that it be based on the most recent actual valuation and based on a recommendation by the actuaries. And that's pretty much what the law says. And again, it doesn't provide a lot of guidance. And so what we thought, we've provided some ideas here. And again, there's no rush for this. So our plan was to hopefully get direction from you today as to whether or not we should pursue amending our policy. And if we do so, as Sharon mentioned, our plan was over the next year, come up with some ideas, discuss those with stakeholders as well, maybe come back here a year from now so that we can have something in place before the May 2024 decision. So for this year, the May 23 decision, we're not going to have time to have the policy in place, but that doesn't stop us. If we talk about some ideas today, we might even use some of those as we provide, as we make our recommendation in May. But some of the things that we had in mind is we felt it might be good to have in the policy more guidance as to The law only talks about the fact that any increases to the benefit should be related to California inflation. So we felt it might be good first to have in the policy specific guidance as to what time period we're going to use each year to measure inflation. I think what we've done the last 4 times you've increased the benefit, we based it on the previous calendar year. So it's not written in the policy, but we feel that might be good to put in the policy. So at least you know each year when we make a recommendation, you know as per the policy, this is a time period we use. We also feel that it might be, and we don't have to make a decision on the exact details today, that's what we're going to do over the next few months, but we feel it might be also good to do something similar to what we do for the additional earnings credit for the defined benefit supplement and the cash balance. We have a board policy there that says that if we meet certain funding thresholds, then we recommend an increase. If we don't, then we don't recommend an increase. And again, it would just be for a recommendation. As a board, you could always, vote. You could always go for or against the recommendation depending on other circumstances, but we feel like maybe we could look at having, again, put into the policy certain funding threshold that if we meet them, then we would recommend an increase versus not recommending an increase. So that's sort of what we had in mind. Another idea that we discussed, it's in the item, that we don't necessarily recommend would be whether or not as a committee you feel that should we try to tie the benefit to, for example, funeral expenses. We don't think it's necessary based on kind of the history. So for us, like we feel maybe 2 things we could do to make to provide more guidance and make the policy more clear would be to define the exact time period that we measure inflation over, and maybe have some metrics, funding metrics that would guide the recommendation. So that's sort of what we're looking for you, is whether or not we should pursue some of those changes to come back about a year from now to the full board. And that's it for us. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thanks, David. Questions from the committee? That's all right, pension. Go. Denise, get you in there. Go ahead.
Keep going? Okay. I just want to agree with you that I think that we need to tie the funding level to, or the addition to the one-time death benefit to inflation and to the funding levels. I think it would be very remiss of us to leave off the funding levels. As far as the funeral costs, I think that that's so personal. I think it would be really hard to cover that for everyone, so I don't know that we could actually be successful. So I agree with some further research, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thanks, Denise. Other committee members wanting to chime in? Mr. Keeley. Hi.
I'll defer to committee members before I speak if there's anyone.
Don't see anyone else in the queue, so.
So I just wanted to lend my support to the idea of always keeping our eye on the funding level. I think it's not only with this issue, but there are other issues that this board wrestles with and has to deal with. And I think there's a lot of things we want to do for our members and for others. And at the same time, we have to balance the sustainability and health of the system, both in the short and longer term. So as we're thinking about this, I think anything that we can do to do both at the same time, I think is prudent and wise.
Thanks, Harry. David, can you, so just for members of the public that might have not read through the item, can you reiterate again, like in the state of California, I think you mentioned there are 2 funds that offer a one-time, can you just talk a little bit about the one-time death benefit and how you see that being used as a benefit in other funds compared to I know it's in the write-up, but.
Yeah, so basically, so if you look in California, I think pretty much all of the retirement systems in California do offer a lump sum death benefit. What's interesting is, I think I mentioned that to you offline, is you are the only board in California that can actually set the level of that death benefit. In most cases, for all the other cases in California, that benefit is set by the legislature. So in a sense, that is one difference. But when you start looking across the United States, it's all over the place. In some places, members receive higher lump sum death benefits than here, but they may not necessarily also receive an ongoing benefit. One of the nice things here is generally the family of the members will receive both a lump sum death benefit, and especially in the case of an active member, there's also a continuation of a monthly benefit. Well, you don't see that everywhere in the United States. But in California, generally, all retirement systems provide a lump sum death benefit. But again, as I mentioned, I think we are one of the few systems, or at least in California, we're the only system where you as board members can control the level of that death benefit.
That's interesting. Thanks, David. I don't see any other members from the committee, so I'm going to take comments and just say that I agree. It was educational for me when we talked offline, and also just rereading this, that I do think kind of not tying it to funeral expenses seems appropriate given just understanding what the original intent was, and so I think that's important. That was educational for me. But I also agree with my colleagues' comments about, I just think everything we do, especially at this point, and given sort of our economy right now needs to be tied to our funding plan. And so I know for me, having it tied to something that we can point to, so inflation, and then also kind of where we're at in the funding plan in terms of funding levels, would be helpful guidance moving forward. So I think those two pieces, if you can go back and give us a little bit more kind of metrics on what does that look like? So when we say, at what point do we need to be at the funding level in order for us to decide to, or for you to recommend to us to increase the lump sum death benefit? I like the flexibility that we as a board have of taking a recommendation or, not taking the recommendation and making our own decision. I also like the idea that it's not automatic. It gives us kind of, some room. So, Karen, you chimed in. Okay. Yeah. So I guess I'll finish my comments to say that, that's what I'm hearing from the board is those two pieces: increases tied to inflation from the previous calendar year, and then consideration of increases depending on our funding levels. And you'll come back with real metrics on what that actually looks like. Correct. In terms of, and we'll go with that. And then I guess the third piece I would just say is ensuring that we're talking to all of our stakeholders and making sure that all of the retired groups and active teacher groups that come to our meetings are involved in the process and can give input and comments along the way, since we have some time to vet that. So with that, I will hand it to you, Karen.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree with your last comments, Sharon, but I just wanted to make sure that we understand this, but if we make an increase to the death benefit, it has to take away from something else. And so I just want to make sure that that's kind of reiterated to the public and to everyone else, that it would cause other things to go up. And I don't know if we want to prudently do that. So just kind of make sure that that's part of the information that you give us again.
Yeah, and again, if you recall, you can be sure each time, even now in May when we present options to increase the death benefit, we always provide information on the cost. Because it's important to remember that each time we increase a lump sum death benefit, it does increase costs. And the way our funding plan works, this cost today solely fall upon the state. But that is something to remember. We increase the death benefit. We do increase our unfunded liability, which increases the amount of money the state has to pay to CalSTRS.
Exactly. All right. Thanks you.
Thanks, Karen.
Thanks again.
Yep. So does that give you all enough feedback?
We have everything we need. Thank you very much.
Okay, we love giving you guidance. Thank you. Thanks, David, Rick, Tom. Appreciate that. All right. So the next item is near and dear to my heart, the member experience now and into the future. So Kate, hi, welcome. Very excited to have you present to us. And I know committee members have read the materials, so just excited to kind of hear your thoughts. I have a couple questions as usual, but I'll hand it over to you, and then we'll hold questions till the end. So welcome, Kate.
Excellent, thank you. So thank you, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. I'm Kate LeBlanc, the Director of Retirement Readiness, and I'll be presenting to you today an informational item on the member experience and our efforts to optimize our operations for continued and improved access, engagement, and satisfaction across all of our services. So I'm going to start with a brief background on the evolution of our core service delivery model. So prior to 2020, our services were primarily in person with the option of telephone sessions for our benefits planning opportunities. Of course, in 2020, we rapidly shifted those offerings to first phone and then virtual. So through that transition, we realized a number of benefits for our members and for our operations that we intend to retain and build upon. Some of those include our capability to provide preparatory materials to our members in advance of the session using a digital, email encrypted, secure method. Prior to that, we were compiling customized member estimates and tailored materials that we would put into a packet and print and mail and send to the member in advance. So members continue to respond very positively to this change. It gets them the information sooner. It's more efficient for us in terms of costs and resources. Another significant benefit of that virtual delivery is our ability to maximize the utilization of our professional staff across the state. So that capability for all benefit specialists to meet with any member in any region. And that's yielded significant reductions in appointment wait times, as well as increased overall interaction with us. So last year, we achieved a milestone of nearly 75,000 member interactions, namely because of that increased access and transitioning those in-person workshops to webinars allowed us to engage with more members throughout our populations at once. So from there, we took a phased approach to getting to where we are today in our current operating model. We reopened our member service centers first for walk-in services and then gradually introduced our full suite of in-person services while retaining those virtual and phone options. So that brings us to today, where we continue to provide high-touch services for our members through multiple access channels, and we have the foundation now to really optimize our service delivery. So one of our core services that I mentioned is our benefits planning sessions. We offer these through multiple channels, individual and group sessions. One of the things that members appreciate about the group sessions is the opportunity to hear questions and answers from others in those sessions. And I do want to point out that people who engage with us in those group sessions receive that same customized experience. So they're preparing multiple estimates for them. They have a packet of materials that are personalized to their circumstances. In addition to those sessions, we provide a broad suite of educational offerings, including in-person workshops, live online webinars, extensive resources for members, both print and online. These include in-person and virtual classes with live Q&A. Our web pages are customized to members at each career stage. We have educational videos available online for 24/7 access, frequently asked questions, compilations, as well as quite a bit of supplemental savings resources on our Pension 2 and 403B compare sites. Those webinars and workshops are designed to be interactive with note-taking workshops, worksheets, polling questions for our virtual offerings, and some include hands-on activities like our application roundtables. We conduct extensive outreach activities to engage with our membership, including a year-round schedule of events that really serve as a call to action for our members to bring them to engage with us. And this is designed around the member life cycle, and it considers educator availability, so we really target our schedule to align with common break periods and annual milestones. And in preparation for our upcoming peak season, where we're preparing to work with members at a higher volume, we are intending to offer some weekend sessions coming up on select Saturdays to expand opportunities for educators to engage with us around their schedules. We've really seen high interest and participation through these events. Last year, we reached over 10,000 members last fiscal year. And within each of these events, it's kind of a suite, a complement of webinars and resources that are targeted and relevant to members at that particular career stage or that focus area. So our Spring into Retirement, you can see in February, we're starting to really focus on those members who are considering retirement at the end of the school year and focusing that through April so that members are really thinking about getting informed about their benefits and options, getting their applications into us timely so that first benefit check coincides nicely with their separation from employment in May or June at the close of the school year. So in addition to these defined events, we bring our services out to members in a number of ways. We send our teams to districts to provide on-site workshops for those particular teachers or staff. And we've been taking a more intensive approach to our outreach. So when we get an invitation to attend a benefit fair or conference to have a booth, we also engage with those who are coordinating that event to see if there's an opportunity for us to present a workshop, get some time on the agenda, rather than just that passive presence at the booth for members to come and engage with us. So another component of our outreach activities is working with our stakeholder groups to make sure that they have an awareness of all of these opportunities and offerings, and that allows them to be able to share those opportunities with their membership using their marketing channels to really help spread the word. So as we continue engaging with members through these various offerings and our delivery methods, we're carefully monitoring the trends that we're seeing. And this slide is showing us how our members have interacted with us from July 1 through the close of the 2022 calendar year. You can see our webinars continue to be very successful with high attendance. We do offer many webinars on a variety of topics that are geared toward different career stages, and we continue to introduce more topical webinars to further enhance education on specific components of the hybrid benefit structure, financial awareness, Pension 2, and more. Obviously, our benefits planning sessions remain popular, combining our individual, our group, and Pension 2 sessions constitute approximately 40% of our member interactions so far this year, which is really indicative of the value that members see in those more extended, customized sessions. The next slide gives us a visualization of the mode of delivery trends for the fiscal year to date. And since the introduction of our full suite of both virtual and in-person offerings, members have continued to select and remain receptive to virtual engagement with us. You know, it's possible that continuing public health concerns can be driving some of that, but we do expect strong ongoing interest in virtual sessions and workshops because they do increase accessibility, decrease member effort, and even costs associated with transportation to a physical location, as members can log into these sessions from any device, anywhere. So far this fiscal year, only about 20%, a little less than 20% of our benefits planning sessions have been in person. But of course, we're going to continue monitoring this over a longer time frame as external circumstances and demographics across our members evolve. You know, we really just remain keenly aware that this data is extremely nascent. You know, pre-pandemic, we had years of data that we were able to rely on so that we could predict volumes and service demand. So it's going to take a number of years for us to gain stability in our understanding of member preferences and opportunities. But for now, a great benefit of that component of our model now, that statewide resourcing component, is allows us the capability to be adaptable and nimble in our offerings. So leaders we have are constantly analyzing the utilization of our offerings and adjusting that ratio of service availability in real time. So, for example, if we're finding that in-person group sessions are remaining available while virtual offerings are filling up quickly, we're able to shift that balance to transition some of those appointment slots to where the demand is really needed. For members who do engage with us in person, our member service centers are located strategically throughout the state across 7 different regions. In addition to those offices, we maintain a presence at multiple outreach locations like county offices of education, or select CTA offices to ensure our populations in those areas that are less proximal to our member service centers really still have access to those, regular access to those in-person services, that we're bringing those services to them. So just as we're continuing to advance our service delivery methods, we plan to strategically adapt our member service center environments to better align with member needs and our operations. So within the next few years, we have an opportunity, because our lease agreements for our 6 outlying member service centers are expiring in succession. So the timing is nice for us to be able to assess and enhance the location, size, design, and experience at each office. So this slide is highlighting our key objectives as we progress through evaluating each of our centers. We do intend to reduce our overall footprint of our offices and achieve cost savings through doing so, but we are focused on never compromising on the quality of the member experience. We're focused on ensuring that we retain that statewide presence to provide the greatest access for members. At some of our locations, we're going to be looking at ease of access and gathering member input so that we can determine whether that member service center should be relocated or just the design reimagined. These square footage changes we anticipate will be driven primarily by reductions in our back office space, as well as assessing our use of the larger conference spaces. So there's should be minimal impact to the public-facing areas of the member service centers, really preserving that lobby and reception experience that we members enjoy today. So for example, we're considering buildings that might offer free or reasonable rates to use a nearby conference space or another space in the building that would eliminate the need to build out that space within our member service center suite itself. The first office that we're transitioning is currently in Santa Clara. This office experiences our lowest foot traffic. We surveyed our Bay Area member population, and our members confirmed what we've been aware of anecdotally already, which is that Santa Clara location is fairly far south in the Bay. There's not a lot of public transit access to it. So it can be difficult to access other than with personal vehicle, and then there are traffic concerns certainly in that area. So with a lack of mass transit options as well as that heavy traffic, we do see appointment cancellations or late arrivals in that office, and we want to make it more convenient for our members in the Bay to get to us. So our member surveys responses did indicate a preference for a more centrally located office near some public transportation offerings. So we're in final negotiations for a space in Oakland, which fits those specifications. And for our South Bay folks, that would be a reverse commute, kind of going opposite traffic patterns. So that particular office would allow us the opportunity to reduce the square footage through the use of a nearby conference space. So it's about 40% smaller than our current space in Santa Clara, with only a nominal change to the front-facing member service areas. So in addition to enhancing the member experience in our physical offerings, we're focused on optimizing our service delivery as member needs and preferences evolve. So during the pandemic, I mentioned we ramped up very quickly to provide these virtual services because we really didn't want to disrupt what was available at that point. But now that we've achieved stability in our hybrid operating model of both digital and in-person, we have the opportunity to improve upon that foundation. We're anticipating that the implementation of the Benefit Connect solution will allow for greatly enhanced self-service, for estimates, form completion, appointment scheduling, much more, including allowing our staff to more easily target segments of our member population for educational opportunities and track their engagement with those services and resources. And as that pension solution project continues, we're exploring some ways to achieve those advantages in the interim. So our team's been conducting some market research on online event management solutions to gain a secure and singular platform that would centralize registration and also be the conduit for members to get our virtual education. We could also gain features like more enhanced point of service customer satisfaction surveys, the opportunity to explore different types of offerings such as on-demand or simulive presentations. And at the same time as we're evaluating those member service centers, we're taking the opportunity to make sure that we have the audio-visual equipment, the network bandwidth, that's really ideal to have those systems in place for hybrid meetings and presentations in those offices. And advancing our technological capabilities gives us the tools that we need to deliver education in this environment. But at the same time, we're looking for ways to be more innovative in the structure, design, and the content of the education itself. And we know in the past few years, industry knowledge has significantly advanced related to adult learning principles, especially online learning. And ensuring that our educational practices are effective is critically important. Members rely on their understanding of their benefits and their options to make irrevocable decisions significant to them and their families for the future. So it's our duty to really ensure that our educational content is not only accurate and comprehensive, but it's also delivered in a way to maximize comprehension and retention. So as we're working on these priorities, we're going to remain focused on the overall member experience across all of our educational services. We're going to continue offering multiple channels for members to engage with us as we're focused on optimizing our service delivery and reimagining that member service center experience. So that concludes my update on this item. I'm happy to take any questions now.
That's exciting, Kate. Thank you. I'm excited about Oakland. I think that makes a lot of sense, just being from Los Angeles and understanding how hard it is to get around in the Bay Area. So thanks for that. Got a couple of members with questions. Denise.
Thanks, Sharon. Kate, I just wanted to say thank you for some of the later start times and adding the Saturdays with the new state late start for middle and high school. It was impossible for a good portion of our members to make 4 o'clock, which is kind of sad. A lot of people are actually getting out of school now at 4 o'clock. So I think that's been really helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Denise. Karen.
Hi, thank you. What a lot of information, really exciting information, and you covered a lot of it. A lot of it you said really quickly, so I want to make sure that I understood some of it. When you talk about pension 2, you mentioned that several times, and so with the previous conversation that we had about pension 2, so is that going to be embedded in a lot of the services that are ongoing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, so there's components of talking about the importance of supplemental savings across the majority of our educational content, especially on those really career-focused areas. We really want to highlight for early and mid-career members the necessity of enrolling in a supplemental savings product one way or the other. Of course, we want them to be aware of Pension 2 and the low-cost option associated with that. It's something that all of our benefits planning sessions cover and include. Even those nearing retirement, we take a look at what supplemental savings they have. We can offer statement comparisons between what existing plan they may have and Pension 2, so that we can, give them the information that they need to make an informed decision about the best use of those supplemental savings at that point.
And then because that calendar that you had, it just focused on Pension 2 for that one period of time. So I just wanted to make sure that it will be embedded throughout all of the sessions.
I'm glad you asked that. Yes, so that Pension 2 offering is brand new as far as a standalone focus on our calendar, because we do really want to highlight and emphasize the importance of that. But within each of those events, there's a number of webinars and resources, and that's included across many of them.
Okay. Then I have one more
go ahead.
item. When you talk about moving the Santa Clara Member Service Center and you're reducing the footprint, how does that affect the staffing of that Member Service Center?
I'm glad you asked. So these changes that we're anticipating with the footprint is really aligned with our current staffing, because we are utilizing our staff both virtually and in person. So there are staff that are working from home on select days and providing those virtual services. So a lot of the spaces that were built out 10 years ago at this point were built for fully in-person operating models. So this aligns with the current staffing model that we have now.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Karen, if I can just, because we're experiential learners, some of us, I'm going to demonstrate exactly the answer to your question right now. Sharon Hendricks, mid-career community college faculty. I got an email from CalSTRS yesterday, and it says Pathways to Retirement, because I am it says mid-career CalSTRS webinars, Pathway to Retirement. So I'm just a member getting an email yesterday, and it has my retirement benefits, which is a webinar coming up tomorrow, so I can catch that tomorrow. I have a feeling you guys could hook me up anyway, but I could go to that. And there's also, the second one is about pension too. And then the third one's on plan for your future. But you've heard me for years kind of talking about this. And so I just want to say thank you, CalSTRS, because it was something that came to my email not as a board member, as a member of the system. It was customized to where I'm at in my career, which I have questions about how we do that, because community college, who knows if you're mid-career and how old you are. But it's great that that we're targeting, and it's not just a general email, but it's kind of addressing your specific needs. And then, and I have more comments, but I'll wait because we have other committee members but I just thought I'd highlight that, because I'm glad you brought that up, because our members don't know it's a hybrid system.
Right.
They just think of it as the defined benefit, but really it's a hybrid.
Right.
Yeah.
And then just to make sure that we reach all of the members that are not, I guess, technically savvy, or, and so and I know that CalSTRS tries to do the biggest outreach and the biggest net that we can capture all of the members. So, because there are a lot of members that are not doing iPhones and emails and things like that. So hopefully we can reach all the members that we possibly can. And thank you very much for all your efforts and the work of readiness.
Thank you.
That is sort of one of the bright lights, I think, of COVID, though, is I have friends in their 60s and 70s who do not, have not been technological, or they say that they're not technologically savvy, and COVID and teaching online has really, they're like, oh, I can use my phone. I'm like, you guys, it's so easy. But it's kind of still that mental, no, you're right, and I totally hear what you're saying, Karen, but I guess I'm just saying that I think there are more people who are maybe older and less comfortable with technology that have become, because we kind of were forced to, and
Exactly.
so yes, thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Blake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Kate. Just a quick question regarding the outreach events. I'm curious, historically, is there a large participation in the August event for new educators? I ask just because it's important to really stress the advantage of the CalSTRS benefit, especially as we're dealing with a teacher workforce shortage. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, and that is an area that we've been very focused on. We'll have to follow up if you want some specific numbers from the new educator. But we do see a lot of value in trying to engage with members right at the start of their career and even in advance of their career. We've been doing some outreach with community colleges to see, with the teacher programs, if we have an opportunity to engage with them. We also partner with EdJoin so that educators who are at the first stage of even looking for a job with us or with any district in California, since that's the primary source, we've partnered with them to not only have a presence on that job listing that will take them to a dedicated early career page and talk about the benefits of the defined benefit plan and the overall structure, but also engaging with that employer so that as they're onboarding those new members, they're educating them about their benefits and getting them set up. There's a big component of understanding the CalSTRS plan as well. So even though those HR professionals in the districts aren't necessarily experts at CalSTRS, we've put together a really nice resource for them that kind of serves as, we call it like a lesson plan. So it gives them just the key components that we think are really important for new members to be able to understand, and then what resources that they can direct them to, videos to help them engage with us really early. So that's continues to be one of our focuses and key benchmarks, is how much we can engage with members at the very early stages of the career and first coming on board.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for raising that, Blake, because that's honestly, I know we have people on our CFT policy, retirement policy committee in here, Doug, and others who just that onboarding piece is just so critical. And our teachers don't get an orientation typically to their benefits when they get hired. You're so excited about your students and teaching, but it's something more and more I'm seeing that I just hate these conversations, where someone's getting ready to retire and they haven't saved anything supplementally, or they don't know about pension too. And so as much as we can, I'm glad to hear we're doing more work with employers, because again, I always feel like I'm always bashing on the districts, but it's pretty pitiful. Our district website is terrible. And so as much as CalSTRS can help support with the information. So thanks for raising that, Blake. Ken.
So I have a number of questions, I guess. I think just it's been something that I've talked a lot with members, and I think Sharon demonstrated something that I guess getting the email right before I became a CalSTRS board. Many of those, I received some of those, but I never read them. So, and I'm pretty sure there's a number of our members that are in the same boat. So now when I receive them, I look through them and read through to make sure, what are the important stuff. And so my question is like, I'm just really glad that we're reaching out to all, our educators, especially our early career educators. I think I've had a number of conversations about, just the education piece of early career educator, mid-career, and ready to retired career educator. And so I think the need and the informations are very different with each one. And I think to gear it specifically for each group, I think it's going to be very important. And I think the publicity of, what's available, I think it's even more important, because many of our members don't read their emails, or sometimes, the newsletter that they're being sent out, it's just kind of like there's so much to do that it's hard for them to get to, and sometimes that's the last things they want to read. And so I was, my question is like, are there opportunities for like us as board? Like for myself, I would love to sit with somebody and go through my CalSTRS, because I don't know what I don't know. And when you go through that on your own, it's quite, for some people, it's quite, a big task for them. And so if knowing, like working with the staff and going through that piece and learning all of that, I think I can actually help with, when a member asks me, okay, well, how do you go through this, the My CalSTRS stuff, and there's tricks of the trades on those things. And so just by knowing all of that, the more we teach it, they'll say that, if you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, but if you teach a man a fish, you feed him for a lifetime. So I think as we teach more people, like, for example, like, we go into a large association and do a training, perhaps maybe get a few people, like the president or something, or of the association or something, and teach them how to go through that My CalSTRS or whatever we have in terms of resources available online that they can actually show their member. I think we increase our opportunity to reach out to more people. So that's kind of like more of what my question is, and that's the other thing too, is and I'm not sure, maybe Denise might know because she sits on CTA board, but are there opportunities for us to like be at the new educator? I know CTA has 2 new educators weekend, they call it. It's a conference where, this is geared towards early educators. Maybe that's a place where we can try to get in, and I don't know.
CalSTRS is there.
Yeah,
Okay. CalSTRS is there.
Right, cool.
Yeah,
They go to all that.
CalSTRS is there.
Yeah.
It's always a hard challenge, I think, because it's kind of like, it's like you can lead a horse to water. So I do think I often feel like it's that district, CalSTRS and us, and I feel like, or the member. And there's a part where I feel like we do need to help our members, take this seriously. And because I hang out with my faculty and they're like, retirement's so long. So I don't know how to get, that's like a psychologist, anthropologist, sociology question to me. Like, how do we help people care more? And there's people in this room that are doing that work, and we all need to kind of work on that. But I appreciate what you're saying. It's like you get an email, but you actually have to read it. Yeah, good point. Denise?
So my comment was back to the new educator as well. Blake, just so you know, and like Ken said, I'm kind of know a little bit more of the inner workings of CTA, but most locals actually have CalSTRS at their new teacher orientation. It's very common. It's a lot, but they at least get the booklet digitally or in their hand, but a lot of them will still put it in their hand so that then they have it to go back to. So just want to reassure you guys that CalSTRS is everywhere. Every CTA conference that we have, there's a table so that people can ask questions. And whenever I have time, I go stand there and just talk to the staff and whoever walks by. So yeah, they're definitely getting it different ways so they know that they need to check into their retirement.
Thank you for that. And yeah, Ken and Sharon, you really hit on one of the areas of focus is that it is difficult for younger members or people earlier in their career. They have a lot of priorities. They have a lot of financial savings that they're more focused on, that's more immediate, that it's difficult for them to start thinking 30, 40 years in the future that early. So that's a challenge that we're really engaged with in partnership with our communications area and how we can be more innovative in our marketing strategies to monitor that data about click-through rates and who's opening emails. We've been doing some different A/B marketing where we'll send the same information with a couple different spins or different subject lines and seeing which is more successful. And then you touched on it too, as far as word of mouth. That is really probably one of the most effective ways for younger educators is that they, have a mentor or someone in their school or district who tells them, as they're nearing retirement, wow, I'm so glad that I saved, $20 more back when I was in my 20s or 30s every month because now I have this additional income stream so I can really retire comfortably. So finding ways to leverage that is really something that we just continue to be focused on and aware of.
I do wonder if that for future, Bill and Kate, I just wonder if this might be something we'd like to hear more about at a future Benefits and Services Committee meeting in terms of, and I don't want to get too deep, but like almost the psychology of how can we do a better job at CalSTRS of between the email and the member. Again, we can't control other people. I've definitely become aware of that in my leadership life. I can only control myself, but how, and I know they do studies on if it says free or, we can't say free retirement, but there's words or ways we approach that people are responsive to. And so I wonder, it would be interesting, I think we've had offline conversations maybe about looking at how, because in the private markets, they do this all the time. That's how money is made, right? Is they figure out how to, when you're on Instagram, how you click on that thing and buy that widget that you never wanted to buy 5 minutes ago because you saw it in your feed. So again, we want to do that for the positive, but it would be interesting to maybe hear some of the thinking about how to kind of bridge that gap between information coming to our members and them actually responding to it. So let's chat about that offline.
Absolutely.
Great. I don't see any other members from the committee, so I'd love to point to our members from the public. Leonard Goldberg from UTLA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Good morning, Leonard Goldberg, United Teachers Los Angeles. Kate, welcome to the CalSTRS family. Want to say thank you very much for continuing the membership readiness. I love the presentation. Hit a lot of great points, and some of the board members bringing up points that I wanted to address, and that, of course, is this relationship. We have this little thing called a teacher shortage. You may have heard about it. We have tons of folks at the university level that are getting into teacher training programs. And to get the relationship started, I'd really love to reach out to folks at the university level that are coming into teaching and get the relationship going with CalSTRS. So rather than just seeing it as a 10% deduction on their paycheck, they understand just how important that pension is. So with that said, I'd also like to make a recommendation. We have a terrific video that you guys have produced. I think it's a couple years old that says, "Welcome to CalSTRS," and it talks about the defined benefit and supplemental and so on. I think it would be great to get that QR code out to every HR department and to every union and stakeholder group that we can. So appreciate all your efforts. Just want to hit our folks as they're coming into the profession. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Leonard, for all the work you do at UTLA as well with some of this information. So thanks. There we go. I heard it now. We're on.
We're on, huh? Yeah, Ed Folia, CTA, and he retired. My concern is with the the new members to our profession. We don't have to really work that hard to get their attention when 10% of their pay is taken out each month from the very beginning. I think we should be looking at, and I like what Ken said, that we need to educate them from the very beginning on my CalSTRS. Get them to know what is in that right from the beginning. Number two, if they're single, remind them if they are married or they want to have a beneficiary to their account, there's options in what they have to do. Start thinking about that and start looking at that from their perspective. I think engaging them at an early thing, because they're making their investment from the very day they enter the classroom. And so I think that in your workshops, I hope that we do stress, how do you access your My CalSTRS account? What information can you get out of that? And let's start them out early. And that way they don't have to do catch up. I think that's something that we should look at. Thank you.
I'm glad to hear your teachers look at their paycheck to know that they're getting 10% out. My members don't even read their paycheck. So they're always like, I'm getting 10.25 for the full-timers. And so I feel like I have to start there. Like, look at your pay stub every month and look what's being taken out. And this is how, yeah. So thank you for the suggestions, Ed. That's really helpful. All right, Kevin Welch, welcome.
Good morning, members of the board. Happy New Year, everyone. My name is Kevin Welch. I'm chair of the CTA Retirement Committee. Couple things. Anything we can do to get our younger members on board. I know at our new teacher meetings, I'm always preaching about CalSTRS. And I'll give you an example. Yesterday at our rep council meeting, one of my seasoned colleagues came up and says, can I ask you something? And I want to give a compliment. So I said, I'm going to STRS tomorrow. I'm going to let them know. She is in with another provider, 403B. I've been talking to her, go to 403B Compare. She discovered that Pension 2 is one of the better options for her. And the process of moving it over from vendor A to CalSTRS has been pretty flawless. And I want to pass that on to the people who powers that be to also to let Voya know as well. Very helpful, very accommodating, because it is a process. So kudos, for trying to make what can be a very complicated process of moving your money over from one vendor to another is really, in this world of 403Bs, is crazy. It's very annoying. Secondly, once again, that outreach we have with our members for, speaking about not only our defined benefit, but the supplemental savings, which I'm so glad we're having these conversations about. It's critical that we get them to sign up for a 403B as soon as possible. So Ken, get with those people who are really knowledgeable at your site, pass them on. It would be great if we could have a cadre of people in each district that's trained by STRS, and we through our workshops that we already do, that they pass on that member information to our members, because it's critical. Once they know the benefit of STRS, they're going to be in it for the long haul. Like Leonard was saying, we're a teacher shortage, but when they find out what benefit we have right here, they're going to stick with us for their 30-year career. So thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Hi, Doug.
So I'm Doug Orr, chair of the CFT Retirement Policy Committee, and I want to thank you guys for starting to send out the emails. I mean, Ken is saying that he doesn't necessarily read all of his emails, but the group of people we really need to get to are the younger members, and the younger members probably do read their emails. And so when you send out a personalized email saying, this is where you are in your career and this is what you should look at if we go up to the CalSTRS site, that's really, really useful. And so that new outreach directly to members, I think, is a really good thing. The second thing is just to praise the kinds of services you provide to the different districts. City College of San Francisco just had its 14th annual retirement policy or retirement planning day. And we had several workshops with people from CalSTRS coming and presenting these wonderful workshops. Everybody always raves of how good the workshops are that the CalSTRS people do. And so I just wanted to tell you that those things are wonderful. This one was virtual, so we only had 2 CalSTRS workshops. When we used to have them in person, we had 5 CalSTRS workshops. And so I just want to thank you for that. And then finally, I want to thank you for moving the Member Services Center from Santa Clara to Oakland. It was really hard to get to in Santa Clara. People in San Francisco seem to think they can go to Santa Clara to watch a football game, but not to go down and check on their pension. But there is a BART station in Oakland. There isn't a BART station in Santa Clara. And so members can get to the new Member Services Center in Oakland much easier than they could in Santa Clara. So thank you for doing that.
And what Doug didn't mention is that workshop is put on by retired teachers of CCSF, including Doug, and I had the honor of participating last week. So the retirees, I really appreciate that model of retirees giving back to the active generation to say, because I think you even had, Doug, a panel on what I wish I would have known, you know? So to me, the more members we have really being advocates and helping with information. My last request, Kate, because I know I just can't stop, is just, you know, my dream is to have right now, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I do most everything on my phone now. And I certainly the next generation, I mean, isn't it going to be with those goggles and AI or whatever? But yeah, just, you know, having an app at some point. I think, you know, the comments made about the 403B, it is a nightmare. I had to do it, and it's just so antiquated. And our district has 50 options. Don't get me started on that. But what I would love someday is, you know, so you just talk to me, and in 5 minutes I sign up for, you know, Pension 2. I know people have to have options, but I've done the research. Pension 2 is one of the lowest fees on 403B Compare. But that's what I want, to be able to hang out with Ken, and in 5 minutes over coffee, I want him enrolled, because I'm standing over his shoulder going, dude, you want to do it now? And because they always say, well, it takes so much time. And then when you take time, you never do it. Like, I haven't gone to the dentist in 6 months, you know, that kind of thing. So that's where I want us to get to, is I want in 5 minutes for people to sign up for, and it doesn't have to be Pension 2, but just sign up for something like a 403B or 457 in 5 minutes to be able to see videos and basically sign up to have a CalSTRS app where they can, I know we can do some of that now, but even the My CalSTRS, which is, I think people were saying is great, but just having a better interface, which I'm assuming with Pension Solution will help some of that. But that's kind of my dream by the time I leave this boardroom, you know, is just to make it as accessible, because human nature is, you know, I'm as older I get, I'm like, wow, we just say we're going to do something and then we don't do it. And then 10 years goes by and all that compounded interest is lost. And so I just want to, you know, so anyway, with that, I guess that's a vision for the future. But I do think, you know, it would be interesting this year if the committee is amenable, maybe to have a little more information and info, an educational session, maybe on some of the psychology, if you will, of how to get our members to actually, and maybe some of the things that we can do at CalSTRS to make it easier. Yeah, videos. I don't know. Do we need to offer, you know?
I'll volunteer to be trainer.
Okay. And to your point, Ken, staff in this room are always welcome. Any board member who wants to learn more about benefits. I know I see Len laying out there, and I've met multiple times with staff to say, hey, take me through my retirement plan, because I'm going to do it at some point. And that's a good way of learning about the benefit structure. So great. Well, Kate, welcome again. We're so glad to have you on board, and thank you for that really helpful presentation. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got some work to do, but that's good. Great. Okay, with that, we're at item 6, which is a review for information requests. Jasmine?
I think I have a couple.
Okay.
For item 3, there was a request for research on long-term care and the costs associated with that. And for item 4, there was a request for more information on increasing the lump sum death benefit as it's tied to inflation in the previous calendar year and funding plan levels, as well as ensuring that we're in conversation with stakeholders. So those are the 2 requests I have, one for item 3 and one for item 4. And actually, last one for item 5.
There you go.
How to, information on how to reach members to ensure that they are responsive to CalSTRS communications.
That's perfect. So that seems like that could be part of our work plan. And Bill, when you and I talk about the work plan, we can figure out where that lands this year. Great. And Tom, if Tom's still in the room, with that long-term care piece, I mean, that's something just maybe for us to consider for the next report. I don't think that's something that you need to bring back this year, but just as you think about the next triennial study, that might be something that we just kind of think about. Don't spend too much time and energy on it, but it is a huge cost in retirement. So great. Okay, with that. And then we have the draft agenda for the next meeting, which do you have any inputs? Let's see, let me look at it here. So it's for May. Anything you want to highlight, Bill, in the agenda?
Just the presentation from
The contact center, great. Great, and then we can just chat about maybe inserting something at a later date for the information item that we just discussed. Great, thanks. Any input from committee members on that? With that, we have opportunities for statements from the public. We had that before, so I think we're good. And with that, we'll adjourn benefits and services. Look at us, we're so on time. We've got a little buffer. You're welcome, Mr. Chair. Are we going into?
We'll start at 10:45.
So, yep, 10:45. So we've got a 20-minute break.
Thank you.
So Ms. Paquin for State Controller Cohen, here. Mr. Johnson for the Superintendent of Public Instruction,
Here.
Mr. Prieslat,
Here.
Ms. Yamamoto,
Here.
Mr. Tang,
Here.
Ms. Hendricks,
Here.
Ms. Bradford,
Here.
Mr. Gunning,
Here.
Mr. Henning.
Here.
Okay, thanks. And Ms. Miller for the Department of Finance. Great. So, Chair, you have a quorum?
Thank you, Ms. Bell. And you have a...
Yeah, I have a brief statement to read. Okay. Individuals who wish to address the board should wait for the 10-minute public comment period at the end of the agenda item the speaker wishes to address. For comments not pertaining to a specific agenda item, there will be an opportunity for additional statements at the end of the open session. Each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to comment. However, if there's not enough time for each speaker to have 3 minutes, the timing will be at the discretion of the chair. To protect the privacy of speakers under the age of 18 who wish to address the board, only their first name and affiliated organization may be provided, but other personal identifying information such as their last name, age, or school may not be shared. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda with flexibility, please.
So moved.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to approve the agenda with flexibility. Without objection, the agenda has been approved. We are, with that flexibility, we're going to use that right now, and we are going to move to the board lunchroom, just the board and the staff. Yes, Mr.
We have public comment first.
No, we're going to do this first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll do this first. So we're going to adjourn and we're going to go back to the board conference lunchroom for about probably 15 minutes. If you're thinking when we'll be back, should be 15 minutes. We have a closed session, 15 minutes in the back. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. We're back in open session. Before we begin our open session meeting, I'd like to welcome the newest member of our board, the newly elected state controller for the state of California and CalSTRS board member, Ms. Malia Cohn. Welcome to the board. Welcome, welcome, Madam Controller. So with that, we will go into open session. There's nothing to report out of closed session. All right, Mr. Bartow? That's correct. And we will go right to our video, the why.
I would rather jump in a pool of jelly because it is very yummy and sticky. His picture though. My name is Samantha Nins. I teach first grade at Anderson Elementary in Dixon, California. I've been teaching for 3 years, and I was drawn to the teaching profession in the beginning of college. I took my first ECE class, and I was told that I was a natural at it, and so kind of just followed that path, and I've loved it ever since. I have an English language development degree as well, and so I can work with students who are mostly Spanish speaking. We work with mainly low-income immigrant students, and they live somewhere called a migrant camp. They leave at certain spots of the year when there's no more work for their families. And so with my students, I get them until about December 9th, and then some of them don't come back until the end of January, and some of them don't come back until the end of February. And so we have a lot of rotation with students in our classroom. And then the other part of that is a lot of my students are low income and they are homeless. My classroom is their safe haven for 8 hours, 5 days a week.
I would rather be a mailman because they have cool vans.
I have the advantage of working with students who see school as their favorite place, and it's really rewarding as a teacher to know that they come because they want to come to school and they're excited about coming to school, and we build on that excitement and we build on their confidence, and it's somewhere that they never want to leave. It's very rewarding, but it's also very challenging.
That is your highest 36 consecutive months. So your highest 3 years, but we look at it.
When we get into teaching, we aren't offered a class of, here is the retirement that you're going to have, and this is what it looks like.
We are stewards of our members. Our mission statement is to secure your financial future and to make sure that you continue to trust us.
When I was in there with Eliza today, she made me feel really comfortable that now I do know where my money is going and what I do need to do to get to the ultimate goal of not struggling when I retire.
But see the difference between starting today versus waiting 5 years? Gosh, if I knew then what I know now.
I think all new teachers should be given the first month of their career. This is what it is going to look like at 62 years old when you start putting A, B, and C into these accounts.
It says the value at age 65 if you start investing. So let's say you're 30, you put $250, then that shows you how that money is going to grow.
The amount of information I received today will probably be one of the best takeaways this year, really, is because retirement is your future. CalSTRS is very supportive and friendly and extremely knowledgeable. Their decisions and their actions have so many effects on thousands and thousands of teachers out there, and we thank you for putting all of that into us, because in this world, teachers need as many voices as possible.
Thanks again to the communications team for putting a great video together, a tremendous reminder at the beginning of each board meeting what an honor and privilege it is for us as board members, for our staff to have purpose, to have a mission, and to be of service to people just like that educator that we featured in today's video. Critically important to understand who we serve and the why of our mission and our work. So thanks again to Teresa and her team for that. With that, we'll go right into the rest of the agenda, which is item 2, the approval, the budget, the meeting calendar for next year for 23-24. Cassandra?
Thank you, Chair Keeley. This calendar is the calendar that was proposed last November. I'm trying to think of what month we're in here now, that we've discussed, and it was something that we've been working and building upon over the last year. There's no changes from the last time that you reviewed it. I think that we looked at how the calendar was going to allocate all of the work that we wanted to do within a 6-meeting cycle rather than a 7-meeting cycle, including an offsite that we've moved to July for a proposed offsite meeting for the board. The work is still the same. The amount of focus will still be the same. They'll just be allocated a little bit differently over the planning cycle. That is all that I have. If you want to I'll take any questions, or if you have any other suggestions, I'd be happy to take those.
Thank you, Cassandra. Ms. Yamamoto?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Cassandra. I guess it's this, I'm not understanding the location of the July and the September one, and maybe I'm just not reading it correctly, or because if we have on the 25th a half-a-day board meeting, is that the location of that, is that the same as the offsite meeting? Offsite meetings generally are not in this building, so that's what I needed, just a little bit more clarification, right, I think, for travel.
Yeah, the plan is to have the offsite at a different location, probably in Southern California. We rotate them from Northern California to Southern California. So the regular work that would be done, the regular business work would be done at that location, just in a public setting like we normally do. And a lot of, the board meetings offsites generally do have open session work that we do. We do the strategic planning. We have educational components that are part of open session, and then we have a closed session as well. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, that item is approved without objection. Okay, so we have our calendar for 23-24 fiscal year. Next item on the agenda is the CEO report. Cassandra?
Thank you. I just have a couple of things that I wanted to highlight, and then I'll hand it over to Lisa to go over the headquarters expansion. First, I wanted to recognize and congratulate Bill Prezant for his reappointment to the CalSTRS board. He has to endure us for another 4 years, or we have to endure him. Exactly. The second thing I wanted to highlight is that for the 8th year, CalSTRS has been recognized as one of the best places to work in money management. The award winners were chosen based on workplace policies, practices, philosophy, and demographics, as well as employee surveys. So congratulations to CalSTRS and our investment team. That was, again, a significant accomplishment for us. And then I wanted to announce an appointment. You've already heard about her, but we haven't had a board meeting since she started, and this is the Director of our Enterprise Risk Management and Compliance Services. Lynn was previously served as the Assistant City Auditor for the City of Sacramento for over seven years. Where is she? Is she here? Oh, she's here. Lynn Bashaw. And she comes to us with a significant amount of credentials and has a Bachelor's of Administration in business management and she's a certified fraud examiner, certified government auditing professional, and certified information systems auditor, amongst other certifications that she holds. So we're very happy to have her serve in the new director position over our enterprise compliance and risk. And with that, I will hand it over to Lisa.
All right, I'll talk to you about the headquarters expansion project. Thank you, Cassandra. So as of December 31st, the construction of the project is approximately 85% complete. And we've hit several milestones over the past month in our construction activities. The Office of the State Fire Marshal signed off on an important milestone for the Office Level 3 underfloor in the final week of December, which allowed for carpeting and furniture installation to begin on that floor. And we expect Office Level 4 to be approved in the coming weeks. The state elevator inspector passed the freight elevator inspection, which will enable the exterior crew lift to be dismantled, which happened this week. It was supposed to be happened a couple of weeks ago, but because of all the rain, it got delayed a bit. But that has been taken down, and the west side of the building is now closed in. The bridge, or the link that's connecting to the two buildings, is glassed in, and all the interior work on that bridge is happening right now as well. Wood paneling and glass finishes are beginning to go in around the atrium and around the building, as well as other architectural elements. So construction activities are really starting to ramp up. And while these actions represent significant milestones, stabilizing the project schedule continues to be the focus as the project concludes. So at the November meeting, we discussed the approval of the change order that updated the schedule to March 28th, 2023, with an overall construction budget of $318.5 million. But I shared back in November that as soon as we were able to get that change order completed, the schedule was already beginning to slip into April. And so we were concerned. So we shared that we were going to schedule a series of meetings with all of the parties involved in the project, which we have. We've spent several months now meeting really regularly with both DPR. DPR's CEO has joined some of those conversations as well. The Office of the State Fire Marshal, Ridge Capital, which is our construction management oversight, as well as CalSTRS. The meetings seemed to go very well. There was a number of alternatives and ideas that we shared in order to be able to get some more efficiency in the project, to make sure that inspections we're more prepared for inspections, making sure the architect is involved when it comes to issues that have some specification to design that might cause a problem. So all of those conversations went really well. Everybody was open to the ideas and for seeing if we can bring that schedule in again. But then we were notified in January, informally, this is not an informal notification from DPR, that the new projections show a substantial completion date of June 8th. So even with all of the ideas that we've come up with, it appears as though the project is slipping a couple of months. So and again, this is informal. As it stands right now, we have a change order that now has the project at March 28th as a completion date with a budget of $318.5. So this information that we've gleaned from DPR is informal. Nothing formal has been done yet. So CalSTRS has requested that DPR and Ridge perform a thorough assessment of the project schedule, make sure they scrub it and make sure it's a solid schedule. It's a schedule that we can count on before presenting it to us as a final project schedule for our review before we approve it. So that's where we are with the construction. I did want to give a quick update before I turn it over to you for questions on leasing. So we have had some events happen since November, which I'm really pleased to share. So we are having some interest by real tenants in the building. This is not just brokers. It's not JLL just looking out to see what the needs are of the environment and people who have leases that are getting ready to expire and potentials. These are people that really have an interest. They've toured our building. We have an interest for one full floor of our building with a private sector company, and we responded to an RFP, and it sounds like we're one of the finalists. We expect maybe that we're going to get a request to counter on a couple of different items. So we're really thrilled about that, and we are keeping our fingers crossed that one comes to fruition. We also have a state agency that's interested in 10,000 square feet. We're right now working with our architect to determine how we can cordon off a portion of a floor to make that work for them as well. So a couple of good things happening in the leasing arena that we didn't have to share before. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions from the board? Okay. Seeing none, I'll turn it back to staff. Sorry, Ms. Miller?
Actually, I'll defer to Mr. Gunning if he wants to go first.
And then Ms. Miller, if you could log back in, I'll get you in queue. Mr. Gunning.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to hear from DPR what they think and what's their assessment and what's their viewpoint. So I'd like to hear from them.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
I'm Nils Blomquist, business unit leader for DPR Construction. Pleasure to be here today. Yeah, this project's had some challenges. I think the team is doing a really good job working together to work through those challenges. Lisa highlighted some of the achievements and some of the key milestones that we've had over the last month, which I think gives us more and more confidence in the schedule and the date that we're showing currently right now. We've worked a lot of overtime and weekends doing things to try to mitigate some of the impacts and really want to deliver the project as quickly as we can. But I think at this point in the project, we're getting to the end. There can always be surprises because it is construction. There are challenges. The team is doing a good job working through those. But I think for where we sit today, I think we're feeling confident in the schedule that we're showing right now.
Thank you. Mr. Gunning, any follow-up or? Yep.
Is June 8th realistic?
It is realistic. Yeah. Yeah, and it's realistic. And the reason I say that is that, I think the team that's working together, Ridge Capital, CalSTRS, the design partners, we're all working together and we're in this because it is really a team effort. I think, some of the challenges we've had with some of the inspections process, those we're still kind of working through a little bit, but I do feel like it's realistic.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gunning. Ms. Miller?
Thank you. Just following up on a comment you made about working nights and weekends, I assume that that schedule will be maintained to meet the no later than June 8th completion. I think we've been here before, sir, so I'm.
Yeah, we've been continuing to work Saturdays since probably last summer. I'd go back and look at the date, and we are being selective about some of the Sunday work that we're going to do. We do need to be careful with working Sundays because we don't want to work our craft 7 days a week for safety and other reasons. So that's why we don't work as many Sundays. But we are continuing to work overtime and focus our overtime efforts on the trades and the activities that give us the most value and kind of bang for the buck.
Okay, so I think you can probably are concerned that any delay, what it means to the teachers of California, and that we've had these very same conversations before, and I think the board has really worked through some of the challenges that you've brought to us. So I think maybe just a more solid list with our team to make it clear what your timeline is for completion and what your staffing solution will be in order to meet that date.
Yeah.
If you could perhaps provide that through the Chief Operating Officer as a public document. Thank you very much. And then just following up on the leasing, Mr. Chair, I do think a leasing update, Ms. Blatnick, so that we're really clear on sort of how many leads we have and what we think is happening, because I think it's really important that we have a plan for that while we're working towards completion. So just a little dashboard of how much interest there is, how many showings there are, just to try and kind of elevate the idea of how many folks are coming through the building and what our chances of getting occupancy is, especially given the challenges in the commercial market and the governor talking about really minimizing space and maximizing telework, just making sure that we can coordinate a little bit better on that.
Yeah, certainly. Next meeting, we can definitely provide a little bit more time on the leasing activities so that you have a clearer understanding of what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Any other questions from members of the board? Okay, seeing none, I'll turn it back to Cassandra and the team.
That's the conclusion of the CEO report, so we can. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Cassandra. Next item on the agenda. State and federal legislation. Ms. Martinez-Wade, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Happy New Year. Glad to be here. I have 3 matters before you this morning for consideration, and the first 2 are very related. There are 2 measures that I'm going to be asking for you to take a position on that you're very familiar with. And so I'll start first with SJR 1, Senate Joint Resolution 1 from Senator Cortese, which is the action that the legislature is taking to support repeal of the windfall elimination provision and government pension offset at the federal level and removing those offsets from the Social Security Act. And as you know, this is something the board has taken a support position on in the past, and so that is staff's recommendation, is to take a support position.
Joyce, then would you prefer that we take these one at a time?
I think that could work depending on if public comment.
Sure. Are there any public comments on that item? Okay. Ms. Baker?
public
Ms.
comment for
On the
item.
first item. The first one, Jennifer? Okay, so Ms. Baker?
Good morning, Jennifer Baker with the California Retired Teachers Association. In support, as one of the as this sponsor for SJR1, we encourage your continued support. It's our hope that we can have a period of time where our federal government stops penalizing teachers in California and across the nation. It's our hope that we can finally move this forward. We were so close this last Congress. We had so much support with over 300 co-sponsors of H.R. 82 last year. And our hope is that we can get this Congress to move forward this year with H.R. 82, which is ironically the same bill. So CalRTA does ask for your continued support of this resolution, which we have worked with the legislature every other year of a new session. And then I would like to also, since I'm up here, ask and encourage your support of H.R. 82 when you get to that item.
Any other members of the public would like to speak on that item? Okay, seeing none, there are board members in the queue. Ms. Hendricks?
I just wholeheartedly support this and would move staff recommendation to support SJR 1.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Hendricks.
Second.
And seconded by Mr. Tang. Any further discussion or questions? Want to log in? Ms. Miller?
Just that we'll be abstaining from this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bell, I think we take a roll.
So Controller Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Prezant?
Aye.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Mr. Tang?
If I can say this, heck yeah.
Ms. Hendricks?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Erden?
Yes.
Mr. Gunning?
Yes.
And Mr. Henning?
Yes.
And then Ms. Miller, I have you guys abstain?
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll vote on the item too. Ms. Bell, aye. Thank you. That item passes. Back to you, Joycelyn.
And now moving to H.R. 82, the federal legislation that would remove the GPO and the WEP from the Social Security Act. Again, staff recommendation on this is to take a support position as well.
Ms. Hendricks?
I would move staff recommendation to support.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Hendricks, seconded by Ms. Bradford. Any further questions or discussions?
I'm sorry, since you're taking you might want to ask if there's public comment on each one.
Members of the public like to speak on the item?
We do have one member of the public speaking on this item.
Thank you. Mr. Foley.
Foley, CTA, NEA retired. This has been a priority measure for approaching decades now. And we came, like Ms. Baker mentioned, that we did come within a hair's breadth of getting it to a floor fight. However, I think the dynamics of what took place November has changed the composition of the House of Representatives. I realize that we're going to be submitting and having a Social Security Fairness Act, which is H.R. 82, in this next session. I think that the overwhelming issue is the debt limit issue, which I think will have a dramatic impact. So I don't have too much hope that we're going to do very much with this Congress in the next 2 years. However, we need to continue the fight. I think very seriously that we need to look to Sherrod Brown in the Senate and support that measure. So whatever that measure will be in the Senate, I hope that maybe at the next meeting we can endorse that measure also. I think we got to be very realistic on what we're dealing with in Washington, D.C. And if we are not realistic, we're going to be very discouraged again. So, and I think the board needs to really look at the debt limit issue and how it affects CalSTRS, because I believe that it will have a dramatic effect if we default on our loans as a U.S. government. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Folia. No other members of the public? If it's permissible, I'd like to take a voice vote on this.
Correct.
Okay.
We need a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Bartow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? That motion passes with one abstention, Department of Finance. Next item, Ms. Martinez-Wade.
But not least is the consideration of the AB 1667 regulations. As you know, AB 1667 was signed into law. Many different business areas across the organization have been working very hard to get pieces of that implemented, especially for the portions due by January 1st. There are many communications out there. The pension administration system was updated as necessary so that members are not responsible for overpayments unless it was due to information they provided. So all of that is going along. There is more to be implemented by July 1st. As we're implementing, we're finding areas, of course, that would help that with additional clarification, additional explanation, specification, and regulations. And so before you is an item to approve the initiation of preliminary rulemaking activities as we find those items. And of course, during this preliminary phase, we work with the sponsors, other stakeholders, to make sure that we address those issues and that we work together so that the implementation can be thorough and complete. And so we want to just make sure that we let you know we're working on that and that we can get started with your blessing, if you will.
Do we have to take official action on that?
We have in the past to give approval to begin that engagement.
Ms. Hendricks?
I would move the board blessing on those activities moving forward, as Joyce Lynn so well put, so.
Second. Okay.
I know, I haven't heard that one before. I like it.
We're all in need of blessings, whether we know it or not. All those, that was Ms. Hendricks moved the staff recommendation. It was seconded by Mr. Tang. Any other discussion, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Any abstention? Ms. Miller, Department of Finance, abstained. And I do want to put in an information request on this item, whether it's, and the staff can determine whether or not it's appropriate to bring it to the board or simply communicate it to the board leadership, is as the implementation is going on around 1667, obviously that has a tremendous impact on staff. There's a lot of work that goes on here. We want to be informed as to how the implementation is going and whether or not appropriate resources or additional resources will be required in order to ensure that the implementation is as flawless and frictionless as possible. So I know when we discussed this and there was a lot of work going on to get this bill passed, every action has a reaction. So please keep us informed, either Sharon and myself, or if you think it's appropriate to bring it to the full board, I'm sure you will.
Wonderful.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you, Joycelyn. Item 5 is an information item. It's the benchmark review project, and we have a couple of presenters. Crystal, HR, Steve McCourt from Makita. Good morning. Good morning. Nice to see you both.
We're seeing Stephen on the regular board meeting.
We have, for this item, I know there's a PowerPoint presentation, and we have 30 minutes allotted, so I'm sure there will be some questions. Again, it's information only, and I want to be very clear about this in terms of the benchmarking that we're talking about. This is not a discussion about compensation, and that may be a conversation that we have after at a future meeting as a result of any actions we may take around benchmarks, but today's conversation is not about compensation. So if a board member drifts down into the lane of compensation, I will politely redirect you into the focus of what this item is about. So let me turn it over to Crystal and Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley. Crystal Turco, CalSTRS staff. As Mr. Keeley mentioned, we are revisiting a presentation that took place in January of last year about the very complex issue of benchmarking. And so in the recognizing the time and the information that Mr. McCourt is going to present, I'm going to turn it over to Steve from Makita Investment Group to walk you through this presentation and answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thanks, Crystal. Steve McCourt with Makita Investment Group. Good to see all of you. We'll see more of you tomorrow. Welcome, Controller Cohen and Mr. Henning. In your material is a more detailed memorandum from Makita Investment Group that describes this benchmarking evaluation and process that we've gone through over the last year and a half or so. As Chair Keeley mentioned, this is an update to the board on the progress of this evaluation at this stage. There'll likely be additional discussions with the board over the next several months on this topic as well. Is this how I move that? Green is forward?
Green is forward.
All right. I'm so off my game because I normally sit in that seat, Crystal.
Do you want to sit here? I mean,
No,
I'm
I can adapt. It's, So I'm going to start on the timeline and to remind some of you and some of you who are new to give you a sense of the history of this particular topic. Going back to the fall of 2018 and beginning of 2019 with a staff-driven education to the investment committee on the topic of benchmarking. The board then approached Makita in the fall of 2021 to conduct a broader, more inclusive review of how CalSTRS does benchmarking broadly, and to work with the board and come back with recommendations on any potential changes or modifications to benchmarking. As Crystal highlighted, we provided this body a presentation a year ago on the topic. Several months ago, the board chair convened a special working group that included Makita, a couple of trustees, Crystal, and other HR staff members at CalSTRS to continue to evaluate and review this topic. And then we're providing an update today and a timeline going forward as well. The topic of benchmarking on its surface may seem remote to you, but at the end of the day, the main reason why benchmarks matter is that ultimately when managing any organization or enterprise, you're judging it versus some standard or metric. And the investment metric that you use to evaluate your performance over time ultimately drives decisions that you make and your staffs make on investment portfolios. So benchmarking can be a very important investment topic. So what brought us here can best be summarized by this pyramid. Over the years, and for those of you who have served as trustees for many years, you know this, the investment portfolio at CalSTRS has grown considerably. The capital markets have got more complex. Your investment portfolio has got more complex, and benchmarking as a consequence has got more complex. Roughly speaking today, there are 428 benchmarks that staff maintains, and another 38 that the board and investment committee need to approve changes to. So when we started this project and conducted surveys and interviews with the board, as I'll get to in a moment, by far the most direct piece of feedback was a request that benchmarking be simplified. And this is the obvious reason. So the survey and interviews that we conducted a little over a year ago really highlighted a few areas of consensus as it related to benchmarking at CalSTRS. Most importantly, I would highlight a desire to make benchmarking for the board more simple and more transparent. Also consensus around the board reviewing benchmarks when asset allocation is reviewed more broadly. Coincidentally, the committee is reviewing asset allocation right now as well. Historically, benchmark composition changes have been brought to the investment committee frequently between asset allocation cycles. A preference for the board to be involved when approving benchmarks for the total fund, not for asset classes, sub-asset classes, or specific detailed strategies that are executed, and for incentive compensation. And importantly, benchmarks should be aligned with the plan's long-term objectives, not its short-term objectives. I'm happy to answer questions about the surveys of your peers that we did, but I'm going to skip to this slide, which was our attempt to describe how benchmarking is done across the industry for organizations like yours, and divide benchmarking approaches into 4 broad categories. And like most things, there aren't lines between each of these categories. These are shades of gray between very simple benchmarks to very complex benchmarks. The first category I would highlight here would be plans that have the most simple benchmark available, which would be a stock bond mix, generally something like 60% stocks, 40% bonds, 70% stocks, 30% bonds. Generally very investable, very transparent, not customized to your specific asset allocation. Category 2 would include benchmarks that are comprised of up to about 7 underlying components, and those underlying components generally align with your asset allocation targets. So if a plan has a specific target to U.S. equities, you might include a broad market benchmark to U.S. equities. If it had a specific target to international equities, you'd have a separate benchmark for international equities that would roll up. But generally, these benchmarks would be published industry standard, transparent benchmarks that rolled up to a policy benchmark. The third, as you get more targeted, would include not just asset class level benchmarks, but sub-asset class level benchmarks. And so an example for that would be, just one example, you're in your fixed income area, you have a combination of investment grade bonds and below investment grade bonds. So a plan that had a level 3 complex benchmark might have separate benchmarks for investment grade bonds and non-investment grade bonds that would then roll up. And because there's more sub-asset classes and asset classes, plans with that level of complexity might have 17 or so underlying benchmarks. And then finally, the last category we highlight is a complex policy benchmark, which is what you have today. That it rolls up sub-asset classes into asset classes into the total portfolio. It also makes other adjustments to align the benchmark with your specific strategy. It makes adjustments for mandatory divestment of securities from specific benchmarks. It makes adjustments for asset classes where the benchmark consists of specific benchmarks for asset managers that are rolled up into a sub-asset class benchmarks. And that's why you have as many benchmarks today in your policy benchmark that you have. The most important thing about this spectrum is the trade-off. and this is something that would be great to get some feedback on from the board or on preference before we come back at the next meeting with more specific options on exactly what a benchmark could be. And the trade-off is essentially this. The closer you are to the top of this spectrum to simpler benchmarks, they're simpler, they're more transparent, they're easier to understand. But the difference in any given year between your portfolio's return and the return of the benchmark will be much, much wider than you have right now. In our industry, that's called tracking error. So you have a lot of simplicity and transparency, but there's a lot of tracking error year to year. So where right now, your portfolio in a really good year might beat the policy benchmark by 20, 30, 40 basis points, if you had a very, or underperform by the same order of magnitude, as if you had a simpler benchmark, you'd be outperforming by 2 or 3 percentage points in a year or more. So you have more room for your portfolio to produce returns that deviate from the benchmark, the simpler the benchmark gets. As you get down towards level 4 complexity, which you have now, your benchmark reflects really closely at a micro level how the assets are being deployed, so there's less room for the return to deviate from the benchmark. So the advantage of a simpler benchmark is, as I mentioned, transparency, simplicity. The potential disadvantage is it magnifies the difference in return between your portfolio and the benchmark. The advantages and disadvantages of complex benchmarks are the complete reverse. So what we're asking for some direction on today, we certainly have enough direction to know that you'd like to move from 4 somewhere up between 1 and 3. But if you could express any preferences that you would have within those areas, it would help us as we come back at a near-term meeting with specific options for you to consider that will have specific indexes, specific percentages, back testing, all the information that you would need as a board to make decisions on the benchmarks. So I'll conclude my presentation there.
Thank you, Mr. McCourt. And just for information purposes for my colleagues, one of the calls we had, and it was cleared with council in advance, we did have our CIO and deputy CIO appropriately be part of a conversation that we had about benchmarks. So I just want folks to know that we had some input there as well. So with that, we have several people in the queue, and this is the order. Ms. Hendricks, Mr. Croissant, Ms. Erden, Mr. Gunning. Ms. Hendricks.
Thanks. So Steve, I appreciate you explaining a little bit. I knew what tracking error was, but it was helpful the way you contextualize it in terms of the, kind of 1 to 4. And I just wonder if you could expound on that a little bit more and talk a little bit about the impact on, sort of translate that, the gradation between sort of the, less complex to more complex. Potentially, if we go simpler, more tracking error. So what are the implications for us as a board as we're trying to make decisions on the investment side? Yeah. What's, sort of what's brass tacks on that? Like, what's the implications? How does it inform our decision making?
So probably the biggest impact as you move from 4 to 1, because there are more ways in which your strategy and portfolio differ from the benchmark, there's more reasons to ignore short-term performance differentials and really focus on the long term. That's the most significant impact. So,
which is what we do anyway. I mean, in general,
anyway,
right?
We're
long-term investors, so we should be thinking, okay.
Right. So just by way of example, if you had the most simple portfolio, 70% equities, 30% bonds, your pension fund would have outperformed that portfolio massively last year. Wouldn't have really meant anything because the private market assets outperformed for reasons that may very well reverse in the next 1 or 2 years. So it's not going to, that outperformance isn't going to inform you on much in the short term. But over a 10-year period, it's very informative to know how you did versus a simple benchmark that that one could replicate outside of this institutional framework. So I think that's the biggest difference, is it really forces boards to focus on longer term considerations.
Thanks.
Mr. Prasad?
Thanks for the presentation. It's always great to hear from you, and it's always a first-class presentation. Thanks, Steve. In your materials, you said that you assessed 25 of the largest public pension funds. And I guess my question is, because of the complexity of our portfolio, and especially how the collaborative model also increases that complexity, which of the 25 pension funds would you put in a category that would be closest to us?
So in terms of overall complexity of the investment portfolio, I'd say plans over $100 billion are going to have similar levels of complexity, both in terms of the number of asset classes, but also like the collaborative model, investing in ways that are more direct than smaller public pension plans. So, you're probably looking at maybe 8 to 10 funds of your size with investment complexity. What's interesting, though, is there is a difference in how those 8 to 10 portfolios benchmark that complexity. And so this fund and CalPERS, which I'm familiar with, philosophically have historically taken a position of having the policy benchmark reflect that complexity so that it tracks performance more closely. Some other plans have benchmarks that are more in categories 2 and 3. So this fund is clearly amongst the most complex investment funds in the marketplace. And that's matched by a very complex benchmark today.
Just a follow-up question that's not related directly to this, but because this is a process, and this is only one of the steps in this process, is it my understanding that you're going to back test whatever proposed models that you create for the benchmarking to the performance of CalSTRS that has preceded this path? Yeah, okay.
That's exactly right. So you'll be able to see, had you had these benchmarks going back 10, 15, 20 years, what would the difference have looked like? Yeah.
For the sake of the team to understand, if we're going to do something different, how it is going to impact them. Right. So I'm glad to see that that's being done. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. Ms. Hurden?
Thank you for the presentation. And obviously a gnarly area and a really critical area. I'm highly in favor of really number one, super simple. And I would say that as we work through this, I've always found it really helpful when you're aligning your objectives of sort of why are we here, and then what tools do we have and what responsibilities do we have, and aligning that with where we set these metrics, because it keeps our true north. Recognize also the challenges of measurement, of tracking error, and all these things. One thing, if we can do it, I would strike leadership in this area and possibly, I'd love your ideas as we work through this of, extending the time horizon to have it match, where we have real price and value discovery of our investments, while having more interim methods to track and measure and oversee how we're doing. And then in terms of the board, all the objectives of more simple, having the board focus here, but also delegating through finer measurements the other decisions made in the portfolio, while being aware of where qualitative can mix with quantitative, given the challenges of benchmarking. But I think it's an excellent exercise. I think it's terrific we're doing it. It's terrific to align it with the asset allocation, and then not to change it too often. So I think the back testing is great. And with that, to always consider the unintended, consequences that can come out of it, both in any transition as well as in any measurement. So I'd be really interested later, as you go through it, if you think it's valid, to also consider how we might look at longer time horizons to, go simple, but then mitigate some of those, and also how we would give effect to the significant illiquidity and semi-illiquidity that we have in the portfolio.
Yeah, all noted, and you reminded me of an important item I wanted to highlight. And I wanted to get the pyramid back on the screen, but I messed up, and I'll blame it on my seat. Oh my gosh.
Magic.
It just happens at CalSTRS, like everything is.
Steve, just take responsibility.
I am awesome. Okay. One thing I just want to highlight, my underlying assumption is that the reason that CalSTRS has all these benchmarks today is because it's valuable for CalSTRS to have all these assumptions. And so my perspective on this project isn't really to underwrite the need for all of these different benchmarks. I assume there's a need for them. It's really to focus on where that line is and highlight what benchmarks does the board want to be involved in setting, what's important to them. Staff may want to have lots of different benchmarks that it uses for its purposes in executing your investment strategy. And one middle ground that we'll consider is there's certain benchmarks that, as your consultant will use, your staff will use in reporting to you. You'll see in reports that will compare strategies or asset classes to specific benchmarks. Those that show up in returns that would give the public, they would imply some strength or weakness out of comparing the return to the benchmark. You'll probably want to have a process where those benchmarks are approved by your board consultant and your staff, but not necessarily by the board. So there's probably in my mind anyway, kind of three levels of approval process on benchmarks. Those that the board, one or a very few that the board has to approve changes to, a handful that the consultants have to approve representing the board with staff, and then a bunch that staff may use for a variety of reasons on their own.
Thank you. And one other just quick thing on the peer comparisons. I think particularly in this area, it's great always to be aware of peer comparisons, but I think that it's critical also that we set the benchmarks based on our own situation. There's real danger in many cases of peer comparisons. So, I think it's an area that is, with our complexity, ready for something, real leadership that reflects what we're doing, where we're going. And thank you.
Mr. Gunning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stephen, thank you. And probably because I'm going through Senate confirmation and Teresa and I got a bunch of questions yesterday. So it's top of mind for me, particularly on the incentive side, because that was asked. Is there an impact to staff and to managers from an keyword perspective as you talk about those different benchmarks? I mean, is that something we should be concerned about?
At this stage, we're reviewing, as Chair Keeley highlighted at the beginning, we're reviewing this outside the context of any impact on incentive compensation. But today, your policy index is used for incentive compensation. So it is something that the board will have to address in the future.
Any other members of the board? Questions, comments? Okay, seeing none. Crystal, Steve, anything else that you want to add before we summarize? Okay, so realistically, what would be a timeline that you think would be realistic for you to be able to come back to the board with some options clearly that have been back tested, as Mr. Prasad indicated. These types of changes we don't want to have in any way adversely impact the staff. We want to be very clear about that. But at the same time, we want to see if there's a way to simplify these benchmarks at the board level, and then those different lanes, what the board has to be involved with, what the staff may be involved with, that they want to measure, and then what the consultants and the staff would approve. So what would be a realistic timeline for you to think you can come back for a quality presentation for us to take the next step in this process?
Right, and the next March and May are the next two?
Yeah.
So May for sure could have full back testing and everything. March, given the deadlines for getting materials together, we'd be happy to present in March, and might be able to, there might be decisions to make. It might just be an informational presentation on kind of progress, but probably not the full back testing in March.
Yeah, okay, that's good, that's helpful. So maybe some additional steps in March, but not the full back testing that could come in May. So we look forward to that presentation then in March, which would be the next step in this process and this conversation. And I know Brian and the team will guide us appropriately, but to the extent it's appropriate and where we can get guidance and feedback from Chris and Scott, we want that. But we want to be mindful of the fact that there's some lines that cannot be crossed, and we don't want to cross those. So I want to be clear about that as well. Okay?
Thank you.
Thanks, Crystal. Thanks, Steve. Thank you very much.
We'll make sure we're clear, right?
Thank you.
She's got it. She's on it. Great.
Item 6, pension solution project update. We have a couple of presenters, Sheesh, Bill, and Graham. Information item, 20 minutes allocated, so turn it over to members of the team.
I'm very happy actually this time that whatever the progress we made since we met last time, where is this clicker? Sorry. So Bill will go over that one, and then I will touch upon what is the issues we will be addressing to bring the new vendor in. And then again, Bill will go over the next steps and what the underway is, the activities. Bill?
Chair Keeley, members of the board, Bill Perez, Chief Benefits Officer. And on this slide, I wanted to cover some of the updates and accomplishments that we've had over the course of the last quarter. So you may recall that when we presented to you previously, we had spoken about looking at parsing the work that we were going to be doing during the interim service period into a series of tracks. And initially that was part of, or the thought process was part of a continuation of user acceptance testing. When we started looking at the methodology that we were utilizing and potentially ways that we could incorporate process improvements to enhance the testing result, you may recall, or those of you that have been with us for a period of time, some of the lower pass rates in user acceptance testing and the desire to be able to address that. So one of the things that we did in approaching pilot for track 1 was to leverage the incorporation of multiple elements from different business areas, which would in effect allow for a more comprehensive overview for testing, as opposed to testing piecemeal. And I should mention that those 10 components, the 10 tracks that were part of the first, or 10 business scenario groups that were part of the first track, did not mean that we just tested 10 things. There were actually a multitude of different areas that were tested within that component. And as a result, we actually resolved or addressed 127 defects, what we have been referring to as PIRs or problem incident reports, but they're defects. One big difference was the pass rate, which was in excess of 90%, which was really a tribute to the level of collaboration that we've been able to work towards during the interim service period with Sagitech. So as we move forward with the rest of the project, work has been done in the background on system integration testing that looks at data conversion defects. And so as not to give the impression that we've only addressed 127 defects up through this point, we've actually already completed just under 1,499 defects that Sagitech has worked on during this period. So we will be continuing with that, but we will have a change in focus, which Ashish will cover in this next slide, of how we prepare for that period post the interim service period and that last leg toward implementation.
Thank you, Bill. I think we made a lot of good progress, but we know we have some issues which we need to be addressed before we bring a new vendor in. So we highlighted few here. We looked at our testing approach. We came here many times, multiple times, about our UAT issues. We are looking at one. We are fixing how we will be doing testing with working close to with our Sagitech vendor. We also, just like I think Bill is saying, that data conversion. And data conversion, we reported that we have tons of like 98% done, but this 2% is a really, really very complex issues. We want to have a good foundation. We know that we are looking the light under the tunnel, that, okay, we'll finish this project soon. We want to have a good framework. We're putting a lot of eyes in there, a good framework putting together. We also, I think I reported last time, we are really, really coming with this scope of the project. We just don't want that all the surprises that we move forward now with this new vendor and all, can we add more scope? And I'm very happy we're working with the business side, all in the table. We are not adding anything other than legislative changes and all. So this is, I think we are making a very conscious decision that we not add more to the pile, kind of. We struggled in the past, but I think everybody's making a commitment. If it's there, we have a good governance now that we are going in evaluating each and every ask. Also, we are strengthening some tools. The tool is good if everybody's adhering to our policy that how we will be using. So we will be doing that one. And then last but not least, the project management service. Now we redefined the project. Now we have a multi-vendor environment, and we thought that how we can increase the strength of our project management team. So we're bringing some resources in there. Next, Bill.
So aside from the ongoing work, which I alluded to in terms of data conversion defect by Sagitech, the other key components, there are 4 of them that we're looking at doing, is one, a reorganization of our project management organization, and also looking at the resources that we would require for that last leg of the project work through implementation. A part of that is looking at best alignment of skill sets with the varying areas that we have on our side, and then also identifying some of the gaps that came about as our original system integrator rolled off. So they had in excess of 200 staff that were part of that. To that extent, Sagitech has brought on over 100 resources on their end, but we are looking at where the gaps and opportunities are, that there is alignment there with the procurement approach that we'll be speaking more about. I'll speak about that in a moment. But part of it is on our side of the shop, what we need to do to be best prepared as we launch into that final phase, working in tandem with the vendors that we bring on board. As far as the project improvements, I mentioned how we had looked at, for lack of a better word, not testing piecemeal, but leveraging a integrated approach in terms of testing so that when we completed different phases, we would be able to effectively speak to certain areas of functionality being materially complete. So that is one such example of changes that we're making in terms of the processes that we're incorporating. I think last time, you may recall, we had made changes in methodology referred to as software development lifecycle best practices in terms of project execution. And up to now, we actually already have incorporated over 30 different process improvements. We are looking at the big lift of top 10 that we'll be looking to integrate over the coming 6 months of the interim service period, but work on that continues. Third-party assessment, we have received preliminary data. We don't have the executive summary from our vendor yet on the sort of their external overview of project health, but we do plan on having that by the March board meeting to present, to share with you. And then in terms of procurement, we are still confident that we're on track toward our March target. We have a methodology in place which we've vetted with IVNV, IPOC, Department of Technology, and other external consultants. So there's broad agreement on the approach that we're looking to incorporate to move forward. We will have a formal presentation of that procurement methodology for you in March. But as Ashish alluded to, we have great confidence in the progress that we're making. More importantly, there is a general sense of collaboration and far less issues in terms of working through what is or is not out of scope. To some extent, by the nature of the contract that we have, it is all in scope. We, as stewards of the project and looking at what needs to be evaluated as part of core processes and what needs to be evaluated as an enhancement post-implementation, we'll be keeping a close eye on that to sort of ensure that the schedule piece stays within our original projections. Those are all the comments that I have. I would like to pass it on to Graham Findlay for.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Not quite here for public comment. Graham Findlay here, presenting our regular oversight report. Okay, thank you. I'll just go straight to the slide. So as a summary statement of progress since the last board meeting, we've seen pretty consistent progress across all the different work streams. And I do want to note that in particular, we've seen the productivity and the quality of the work from Sagitech and the interim service period work is pretty good. And we've also, I think, continued to see solid progress on the procurement strategy. So as was noted, so those are all good points. We do concur with the project's concept of this. It's been referred to as strengthening the foundation, but we do think there are some areas that need to be sort of bolstered and refined before the end of the interim service period to make sure that the project is managed in the most effective way possible post-June. And I think, Bill and Ashish have mentioned a few of those areas. I'll highlight one that's certainly on that list, and it's around project metrics and making sure that all the parties, from board level all the way down to the various contractors involved, all agree on a consistent set of metrics of things like, how complete is the project? What is the test rate? What is quality? Those things that there's been some confusion in the past. That really can't happen going forward. And so that's one of those areas that's under consideration under the spring. The primary area of risk that we see at this point is obtaining the right senior leadership within the CalSTRS team, by which I'm referring to specifically the project director and senior project manager positions. So the interim project director has been doing a fine job, but we consider it very important to get these positions filled with experienced permanent individuals before we get too much farther through the interim of the IPS or the procurement process. And we feel that, the existing CalSTRS team would really benefit from this additional horsepower as they take a range of pretty important decisions coming up in the spring and the summer. It is likely to be a multi-vendor environment, and that creates a certain degree of complexity that, this additional set of skills and experience we think will be quite important to make that happen. So, if I have a suggestion for the board, it's to keep a close eye on those positions and the ability of the project to obtain qualified candidates for them. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Yeah, thanks very much. To that point, perhaps it should be a communications to Sharon and myself as to the progress that's being made in filling those positions, or if there's a red flag, if you're finding some obstacles, that we're made aware of it, and if there's anything that we can do to mitigate those risks or increase the likelihood that we're going to attract and get the right talent to help, I think we should be made aware of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with that, let me see if there are any questions.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you. We're going to, I think, submit some questions in writing, but I do just have one question to maybe to all of you. The health assessment, which we've been talking about for some time, just curious about the delay. And then in terms of bringing folks in, it seems like we should know some of that so we also know what we're solving for. So sort of status of health assessment and when we can expect it. And then two, don't we need those data points in order to bring the right people in, to your point about needing to bolster with a permanent project manager? And then the rest of them, and sincere gratitude to you, Mr. Finley. I know just everything you've done as you maybe transition. I also want to publicly thank you for helping us through this project. But if you could just answer those two questions, and then to the team for when we start hiring people.
Do you want to take on the health assessment? I've got a perspective I can offer.
Yeah. So health assessment, when we started in September timeframe, after that, there are a couple of things. What happened? We were looking the forward-looking kind of way that what happened, where we left off in the deliverable with the CGI. So they were looking that one, and then they going like a little bit backward. So we just recalibrate that one, that okay, we are looking what is needed to be done, where we have issues. So just like I mentioned, the strengthening the foundation, there are a couple of areas they pointed out already, which we got the final report a couple of weeks back. We added that one, like testing methodology and data conversion. We got final report last week. We are evaluating that one. Probably with March, we'll give you more detail about that one. But we are very much shoulder to shoulder with them to, if they are finding something, what is needed. But those are the top 10 things coming out that, okay, these are the things which we have to do before we'll bring a new vendor in. And that is already the part of we are evaluating more. That is, anything else is needed to bring some skill set. I think Graham has alluded to that maybe we need to procure, which maybe is the part of our ongoing process. But we know at this moment that where we have to put the focus on to finish this project.
So the health assessment is complete, we just don't have a summary. Did I understand that correctly? But you've been working.
There's a level where we can highlight, in the executive summary, but we know on the ground that these are the 3, 4 or 5.
Currently on some of the issues, but we don't have a complete summary. So I do think that through the chair would be really important that we have a full accounting of that health assessment. I want to be very clear on this. The health assessment is not only forward-looking. It was to correct mistakes, get make sure, this is just like a wellness check, right? It's not only like eat better, it's also, this is how you fix your cholesterol. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then two, on this, the question of the deficiencies is not only about what vendor we hire, it's also about your internal capacity. This is to Mr. Finley's point. So I just heard you say, to the extent there's deficiencies, we're going to procure another vendor. We can't just procure another vendor. We have to have some expertise here if, in fact, we're going to manage this series of vendors.
Yes, so we are looking and we're working with HR very closely. And I think we didn't mention, but we hit it by retirements. And I will announce you one more retirement just in a few seconds. But we hit it so much with this retirement last year. We have some start mainframe developers and the history in the overall, they were here for a long time. We are procuring those services also. So it's just like, I think, overarching that we are doing. Hiring services.
Okay.
Hiring.
Okay, so I think I'll wrap up now, Mr. Chair. We'll maybe have just a list of additional questions and then just an information request that we understand the health assessment and the action plan. I do think those will be really important. So I would imagine this like problem solution, right? Because everything we're talking about, I think, are still some of the problems we identified in 2019.
So we'll provide you we got some questions from many of you. We'll summarize that one and provide it to you within a week or two.
Thank you.
Thanks. And Ms. Bell, you received you heard the information request?
Yeah, that you wanted to see the health assessment.
Correct.
At the March meeting.
Yep, thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
And
your cholesterol?
any other members of the board that have questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
I have one more announcement. I think I'm very happy and sad at the same time. Rosalind Bell, I don't know if you are aware of, she's retiring. I owe and we owe actually quite a bit. She's from in this project for last many years, providing day and night and weekends. Whenever I need kind of call, 911 Rosalind is there. So, I can't thank enough, Rosalind, I know she is, terrific state service provided. Just can't believe that she can retire at 40. So I still can't digest that one when she mentioned to me, but, Brian did a very, very good job in leadership. I think Brian, did a lot of in this shaping Rosalind in the past. So I think I owe Rosalind, to be honest with you. Yes.
I have to say, Rosalind started state service. We worked together.
Yeah.
In 1998, we started at Department of Managed Healthcare when she was a brand new, brilliant attorney. And now she's a seasoned, brilliant attorney. And I can't believe she's retiring either. It's going to be a big loss, but I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
For next 3 days, I will be roasting her. So how she can do this?
We haven't had lunch yet. You're great. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Bell, good health in retirement. Thank you. Thank you. Item 7 is the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything to pull from the consent agenda? Ms. Paquin?
Yes, hi. On the minutes, the Controller's Office would like to abstain since Controller Cohen hadn't been on the board yet.
Thank you. Anything else? For the education item, I just wanted to reflect that the fiduciary symposium forum, I will not be attending. So make sure the minutes reflect that I will not be. It's listed as an education opportunity however, I will not be attending that. So make sure that's reflected. Anything else? Okay. Without objection, the consent agenda has been approved with those 2 notations.
So there were no items referred to the board by the committee for decisions.
Thank you.
And regarding information requests, so there were, I think, both information requests and also direction to staff. So I'll just read them and you can clarify. But on item 3, I had that Ms. Miller asked that DPR provide a report to our chief operating officer regarding the June 8th date and staffing plan to make that. And she also asked for a leasing report at the next March meeting. On item 4, there was you requested, Chair, an update on the implementation of AB 1667 and resources that may be needed to be given to you, Ms. Hendricks. Item 6, you requested communication to you and Sharon about the leadership positions on permanent pension solution, the director and the deputy director, and any assistance that you can provide. And Ms. Miller requested to see the health assessment at the next meeting in March. So.
Sandra, do you want to highlight anything for the next agenda at our next meeting?
Nothing really to highlight. I think we all are going to be moving one of the items to later on in the year, and that's the investment satellite office consideration. So we'll either move it to the May meeting, or we might have it roll over into the next work plan for discussion. That's it.
11. Samantha, are there any members of the public that would like to address the board?
There are no members of the public in queue right now.
They're hungry too. So we have 45 minutes allotted for lunch. We will take the full 45 minutes. So we will convene in closed session at 1:35. And Brian, I believe that's it for the public, right? For the board meetings? Yeah, so, okay, thanks, everyone. We will break for lunch and reconvene in closed session at 1:35. Thank you.
Appeals later.
into open session from our closed session meeting. The board directed staff to move forward with phase 1 of the board decorum and safety measures. That's the only item to report out. Mr. Bartow, one other item?
Yes, I'm sorry, the board also adjusted the template for evaluation.
Thank you. Yeah, and the board also, thank you, Mr. Bartow, appreciate that. The board also adjusted the scorecard for the CEO and CIO to include quarter increments in their scorecard. Thank you very much, Brian. That's it.
All right.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today is the
you.